Hello and welcome to my Sunday afternoon stream. I hope you're having all a lovely Sunday and I hope that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday. Welcome in, and today especially so far, welcome in Drag, welcome in Bold. I hope you two are having a good Sunday so far. So let us see if the capture card wants to capture properly. Looks fine today. Quite happy about that. You could squeeze in one hunt before you have to catch your train. Do you have anything specific you want to go hunt? I think if you don't have something you do want to go hunt, I think I'll do it like this. I'll have one hunt in G rank with you, Bolt, and then if you do have the time, we'll be hunting more for you. So let me quickly open this, and I don't think I'm going to be pinning it, since I'll be switching out of it rather soon, I'm guessing. And Raven, hello, welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely Sunday as well, and that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday on your end as well. You thought about what you use the BB bow, but not sure if I have power C+. I should have the Hayabusa feather. And as for the talisman, I can sit down in with my current melding effort to keep one of those as well. So that is... we can have a look later on when we finish this quest, and I'll help Drake a little bit more. Oh, that was a question for Bolt yesterday. Still, it is also something that is not uninteresting to me, so... Okay, you know that bow from the top of your head. Okay. I don't quite yet have everything. I do want to order in the response and like this. Oh, cool. So the gold bow being used in time attack is interesting. I am happy to hear that the bows are getting a little bit of love at least. Yeah, of course they're not giving you anything. Oh, that was far too early. Okay. EX Thunderlord hurts. Okay, I hope that not most of his attacks are quite that painful. Uh-oh. That felt troublesome for a little bit, jumping off the ledge there. Yeah, a gunner only armor, a gunner armor is probably taking a one-hit KO there, fortunately. Oh, dude. I thought I had evaded that. Haven't personally fought an EX in a while. Not sure why I thought panning the camera over would lead to me being carted. Let's focus and try to get his attention here. D. Welcome to the hub. Fortunately, I haven't heard from Thrai, but I did plan on helping him out for a while. So my plan was to have one quest with Bolt so far. You have time. So I want to stick to the plan that after Bolt has to leave for his train, I'll be switching into low rank. I don't mind restarting. We are getting carted quite bad here. So... well, we have failed now anyway. If we're coming back to high rank later on, or when we're coming back to high rank, not high rank, G rank later on, you are welcome to post some if you do have something you want to go hunt. Let me take a few additional ones. Angry, hello, welcome in. And indeed, yes, because what I had came pretty soon, and so I forgot to switch it off for a while. I am sorry about the confusion I have caused there, but yeah, no, I did indeed forget that. No, it was unfortunately not a bug. It was... I cannot use provision division. Well, then let's cancel the drop. I don't know how often I'm going to be using it, but let's bring an ancient potion as well. And while the demon drugs are not very helpful, while I still have my my food buff, they are going to be useful should I cart. Or maybe it's more an if I cart. Let's not think too negatively. Let's focus and do this correctly. And yeah, as I said, I had the stream running for almost another hour after I should have ended. Okay, that is weird. I'll have a look at it after the quest. It's not... Okay. Not blaming you, it's just a impressive amount of damage. Unfortunately, it's either stream elements or YouTube. At least the two don't always play nice together, and me using stream elements to multi-stream, there might have been another issue there. The name of the montage. I'll have a look. As I said, I can have a quick look after this quest. He deals enough damage for me to get nervous about how proper my timing is. Also considering that I do not have the best thunder resistance. What the... Okay, I'm not quite sure what happened there. I get that I was hit by the big combo. How is this looking? Welcome in, Raven. The EX is really a bit of a pain. And Thraik, thank you very much. I saw the mistake and have now fixed it. Thank you very much. Still, thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. Oh, Bolt, you took a screenshot of Raven's set. Yep, that is something I am quite happy that you can now easily take screenshots with most devices, almost any device. Okay, so far a good start. Amethyst, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And Raiders, hello, welcome in everybody. My name is Deslar. I'm a variety streamer streaming Monster Hunter on the weekend, mainly Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate at the moment. We are currently attempting Thunderlord, a Deviant at EX rank. Let me quickly no. There we go. Yeah, you go for the shout out. How was Monster Hunter Rise? Did it go well? Did you have fun? What did you hunt? Yeah, the EX is... It's our third attempt. We had some trouble in the beginning. It is going better this run. Sound is gone. Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry about that. As I was giving the shout out, I unfortunately also hit the wrong button. Thank you very much for notifying me. And yeah, hello, welcome in Chair as well. And also, I had not done so before. Hello to everybody. So for everybody coming in, I hope you're having a lovely Sunday and that you all can be looking forward to a good, lovely rest of your Sunday. And Amethyst, if you do need to run, that is absolutely fine. I understand how tired you can be after a stream, so if you do want to take a little bit of a break, please do so. Got into high rank, finished the first rank. Yeah. Absolutely, don't worry about it. So you, after 1500 hours, you need to go through it again. I've always played on PC, or any Monster Hunter that came out on PC. I've always been playing on PC. But I am happy to hear that you are still enjoying it. I'm not quite remembering, but I think the first part of the story, so like the first part of High Guard, ends not with a fight against any of the title monsters. So it doesn't end with a fight either against Ibushi in this case, since Nawa is the stronger out of the two. Okay. Oh, Juratudos. It's been a while since I've fought him. Absolutely, don't worry about it. It's been a while. My favorite Piscine Wyvern is actually Lavasioth. But Juratodos is a nice addition to the family. Okay. Pretty sure he's angry. Okay. Very happy to see this. Currently not trusting him to try and get my red bar back. Okay. That kicked him out of the supercharged mode. He goes right back into it. Although he is at EX rank and I can't really blame him for being aggressive. Okay. Okay, more into the hind paws. It is often the tail, yes. Our best attempt so far, though. Maybe you need to have a look at your armor. That's not too big of a difference. Ooh, minus 17 thunder resistance, though, with your current armor. But on the other hand, I am not I'm not mad or anything. It's just if there are specific issues or troubles, maybe looking into them is not a bad idea, but once more into the breach. Yeah. Oh, I am very much expecting them. I did card several times against in our first tries as well. I know that I'm not the best one to be saying you have minus 17 thunder resistance. Maybe you want to take a look at your armor, since I'm the stubborn one that keeps hunting with a single set of armor, despite its weaknesses. Although with thunder, I at least try to get some boost with my talismans. Dragon is usually less that I'm paying attention to that as much. So I know that I'm not the best one suited to do that, but that is absolutely fine. I'll be going into low rank for an hour to 2 hours to 3 hours with Drake to help him out a little. Maybe a little bit shorter, depends on how much time he has, but I did say in the beginning that I'll be switching over then. Okay. I hope you are going to be enjoying your sandwich, Amethyst. And I'll be keeping that in mind, Raven. Okay, that was my bad, jumping right into it. Well, if it works, it works. Okay, and I do want to now focus down on this. Did I double dip into the Mega Armor skin? It's applied, that is all that matters. Okay. Okay. Did say I want to focus. I didn't want to focus on dying, though. It does seem that way. Okay. I am not sure if it is. I've tried a few so far. So beaten, I have only Snow Baron, but also because I want my first own clear to be a solo clear. Just something he decided a while back, well, quite a while back, and get out of there. Even scratches hurt a ton. Okay. Tira, hello, good morning. I am happy to hear that you are feeling much better. I hope that you didn't have too much issue cleaning up yesterday as well. But I am very happy to hear that you're feeling better, and I hope that so far you had a good Sunday and that you can be looking forward to more of a good Sunday today as well. That is fine. I hope you are going to be enjoying your sandwich as well as Amethyst enjoying her sandwich. Oops. Okay, didn't see that, but I did want to heal up that scratch on me also. I am happy to hear that the pressure is gone and that the pain is gone. Okay, I am going to go away from the corner of the map there. I think Thunderlord might be the most important to find a flow. For me to solo. I would have hoped for him to approach the ledge, but trying to force him is not going to be working out well. Okay. I was really worried he'd come splashing down. I'm not exactly sure if that is better than last time, where I didn't lose sharpness, or whether last time I had more luck with sheath sharpening proccing. What I do know is going to use safety rock and use him to sharpen up. Okay. Didn't think he would want to have himself interrupted. Okay, I hope that is going to be sufficient. Uh-oh. Sufficient, but not by closing out the quest. That is not my idea of time being sufficient. Happy to see okay, he's crashing out with me. Okay, I'm happy to see he lost his charge. Okay, lost the chance there. Okay, not sure if I can actually... Oh no, he is pretty tame. I was really worried. He might be a lot more angry with me sitting on top of him, but GG, that was a struggle. But we managed to take him down before you had to leave Bolt. And yeah, time luckily did not become a factor. You played some Final Fantasy 15? I hope you had fun doing so. Not sure where you're at. I don't even know the story much myself, but if you had fun, that's the most important thing. And a few sneezes is much better than a migraine. And the Legion, indeed, it's Zenova. That is also a very nice collection of tickets and material. Some nice horns. Is there anything in here that is useful? Doesn't exactly look like it. Congratulations, Bolt. Is old fatty event armor. I've started that. And as I said, after this quest or top of the hour, I would go over to help. That's not quite what I wanted to do. To help out Thraig with his new hunts a little bit more. He wants to hunt some Rathalos, so I'll be helping him out. Anybody who wants to come over, I'll be switching into low rank. And if you do not want to, I'll be switching back into G rank later. And thank you for helping us out with this EX Zinogre. Do top of the hour. Okay. You know what? I am going to open the low ranking hub and I am going... And I probably selected local multiplayer now. Academy hub, create hub, there we go. Sorry for this back and forth with the hubs now. So yeah, if you do want to, you can join and I'll be putting up some low rank deviant until Thraig is ready. I'll be putting up my... Nope, the weapon is still up. Let me just have a look. I currently have... I need a level 2 Stone Fist. That's a capture quest. Let's make a level 3 Stone Fist. I'll be switching to hammer for that one. I do want to practice my hammers a little bit more. Oh yeah, that is something that I should have thought of first. Here we go. Sorry about that. So that would be Ark, Lee, Kiki. We are missing Thraig later. Hello, Ark. Yeah, it was already full. I did put up a password, didn't I? Or did I forgot the password? Well, it's not too big of a deal for the first one. Pass is there. Well, it's not a big issue for the first one, and I'm sorry for everybody who hasn't gotten in, but once Reich has time, we'll need to maybe shuffle a little bit, have people come in and out a little bit, but yeah. Thank you, Ark. It is unfortunate. I would hope that the hubs would already be bigger, that you can make more of a role for the quests. It's unfortunate. I have posted the quest. I should have. Yeah, that's the correct one. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, the Reich then has a slot to join in as we are on the quest. So yeah, this is a personal one. I do need the tickets to improve some more weaponry. Most of you ought or might already know, and a progress report might be appropriate, but damn it, you need... It feels like millions of tickets, although it all being said, it's probably only a few hundreds, maybe 1,000. But that still means several hundred quests as well. It just felt that that might be the... I forgot to... switch to aerial. Not bad. Not too bad in this case. But aerial hammer is a ton of fun. With the crabs. That is a cracked claw. Don't even have a customized expression for my second hunter art, I see. In all my hours playing the game, basically always having a single art. I do want to try and go for a stun still. I'm not sure I have the reach when he's standing up this tall. Okay, that's the crab stunned as well. And he's moving out. Kiki, Tira, I think you were taking a quick nap there. I hope you're still on time if you want the carves to get to him. Okay. I might not even get the carves with the Hermito that aggressive, although he is moving out now. I wouldn't be too unhappy if you'd let me mine in peace a little bit. I do need a ton more earth crystals as parts of my effort to fill up my weapon selection. I did do a lot of polishing of the rusted weapons, which turned out to use up my stack of about 300 earth crystals in basically no time at all. No chance there. I do have the feeling that I forgot to fill up my items properly after the last quest. I'd be surprised. Although it's definitely possible that I have not been careful enough and needed a few mega potions in the hunt already. Managed to avoid the one from the first Hermito that was actually aimed at me. Okay, he did not like... Sorry for ruining that sonic bomb. Okay, that was a lot of sharpness used for something that in the end did not happen. Okay, that's the... claw. He is not looking very healthy. I am not sure who Lee is. I was thinking that it is an alternate save file for one in chat, especially since the password was there. It's very, very unlikely to be a random, but he hasn't identified himself in chat yet, so. But that is maybe going to be a surprise for us to figure out. No, I'd be very surprised if it is... Well, I did see you enter during the quest. I have to be honest, I didn't take a look too much at the shoutouts, but I'm guessing it was you, Legion? It is though something I do not do much speculate on such things. If somebody wants some privacy with their second save, I can somewhat understand that. But we have 3 more tickets. Drake, feel free to post up whatever you want. And as a reminder for everybody, while I am going through low rank, you can order me, or you can request different... Request is the better way to put it. You can request different weapons from me. I need gunlance. 15. Yeah, let's do this. And switch axe. Even for the Deviants, where I've been sitting at 9 months now trying to complete the weapon collection, there's still holes in there. And even here, it's not completely completed yet. Okay, okay, sorry. To be fair, they just reached high rank yesterday and I was still... sorry, Drake, that I had forgotten your level, your rank up. We're going to hunt Rathalos. I don't think I feel quite comfortable with a hammer. Let's switch to Greatsword, but in specific, I wanted to switch to... I think Legion is going to come back. Or like that. Everybody is welcome to the spot. But I do not want somebody who's just switching save files to be... Yeah. I wish it was that the hub could have more than just 4 people, and then it would be much easier to enjoy the quests with everybody and much easier to roll through. And I'll be honest, when I started, I was really... I was expecting to do a lot more solo quests, as I did in the beginning. And now I'm going to stand... okay, there we go. And I'm interrupting myself. I'm still interrupting myself. So what I was saying is that in the beginning I did not think that I would be doing this much online, but I am happy that people are still enjoying this game very much, still enjoying its multiplayer, and nothing can ever last forever, but it is going to be sad when the servers are going to be shutting down for this game. And I do hope that that is going to be still very, very far off. I've been knocking on wood now, so let's hope that that fixes what I've said, but absolutely I wouldn't want to. Yeah. It is, though, very good to see that this game is still as loved as it is. Okay, Rathian saw me. And that is also why I really want this game to remain for as long as it can, because... Okay. The Arathian flew in a different direction. I am not surprised to hear that, Amnethist. They are very solid games and very enjoyed, rightfully so. Even Freedom Unite still has now player driven, but still has active lobbies. Yeah. Everybody who could probably joined. Yeah, I'm going to get a fireball in the face. I wished that even if it were only 10 to 20 daily, that... Because that means still that a few hundred people are playing regularly, maybe not daily necessarily, but regularly enough to be sad that it's shutting down. And it's always sad when an old game needs to shutter its multiplayer. It probably didn't help. The Wii U was a surprisingly unlucky console. I am unsure about the details. You might need to ask Nintendo. Although that is for the Wii part. For the U part, I have a possible answer in it being the Wii Ultimate and Japan enjoying abbreviations. They have shortened it. It also might be standing for Ultra or something like that as an upgrade to the Wii. The Japanese people do enjoy putting these things behind existing products to indicate that they have been upgraded. 4U was really popular. I still think it has some of my favorite monsters. It has some of my some great memories. I'm not quite. I didn't follow it myself because, well, I did start with. Well, my very first time I played Monster Hunter was, as you might already know, Freedom 1, and then I bought Freedom 2, Freedom Unite, and went on from there. Although I did skip 3 in the beginning. So it always felt like a very good and a lot of my friends were playing it, so I never felt that explosion that came later on. But it did have Snek and Big Snek and other Big Snek. Dalamador is still, I think, one of the most impressive monsters and fights of Monster Hunter, even up to this day. I am happy that you did enjoy going back, and yeah, I'm happy you're enjoying the old ones as well. I've heard from a few people that they cannot go back beyond World anymore because controls or other issues, which to a degree I can understand. There was a big jump in that, but I'm always happy if people enjoy going back. Well, let's just eat thunder resistance and bring my normal one here. We absolutely should find the room to do that for you later on, Amethyst. Yeah, I think that is part of the issue, that you do need some sticking power. You do need to keep with it a little bit more than the newer ones. I don't exactly see how that could be changed with how they are. No, now I remember why I went back there. I wanted to switch out my talisman. I don't think they are bad at all. I do prefer the older style over the newer one. Personal preference, I absolutely get that. Oh, I had switched out the talisman when I switched out the set. But it's always a bit sad to hear if when somebody bounces off the newer games, of the older games, sorry. Yeah, we'll see. We might, Reich might go do some of the like the keys and urgens, and then maybe it falls into the natural progression for today. But yeah, and I do understand that something from that rank is not too hard to get, either in the village or solo, but if the chance is there, we might want to go fetch it for you. Oh, I like Rise, and if you were to tell me that it were your favorite, I'm I'm happy for you, but that's why I said personal preference, because here for that specifically, me preferring the older ones, especially Freedom Unite, 4U and GU, is it's a bit nostalgia, but also what I got used to, and as such, I feel the most comfortable with it. As such, it's my preferred one. But it's not wrong if you do, if you enjoy any Monster Hunter game. Rise felt a lot more, for me at least, that they put fun first over trying to make a necessarily coherent world with all of that. And I prefer Rise out of the three modern ones. It's my favorite because you can create decorations and you don't have to go roll RNG for them. And yeah, there's been new ideas explored, which it's not bad to see, but it's, if you do have a certain preference, it's like it always feels a bit weird, because a lot of people then feel like you're trying to stifle innovation, which is not exactly what I am trying to do, but it's more like, couldn't you have worked on this a bit more? It's always these things are always a bit hard to express properly. solo hunting isn't... I've been, for the longest time, been a local group or solo hunter, but I can absolutely understand that it's the most fun, and I actually, even though it was not how it was in the older games, I was actually happy to see Village come back in Rise very much. Casual, if that is the case, I'm happy you found a game you like, although I do think quite a few people might disagree with that. Oh, that took a while before I was able to mount him. Try. I've played Try and it's not bad. It does suffer some unfortunate drawbacks from them trying to put in the underwater combat. And I do think that since Try was released on the Wii with the motion controls, that also hampered the adoption and the possible success of the game quite a bit, unfortunately. No, I don't think it's weird per se. But personally, it's very hard for me to do well in the underwater combat. And I think I do prefer... Okay, that might sound weird. I do prefer the more arcadey style of Rise over the faster, yet more... Sorry, I'm not sure how good that word is. More cinematic style of world. It feels like they were trying to go heavy into realism with the graphics, and then that the combat is clashing with that. Maybe that is just me who feels like that. Well, I tried the underwater combat with, probably everybody can guess that, with my trusty longsword. But no, there is another issue for me with the underwater combat, and that is the control of the character movement, especially the dodges. For me, it's always a guess if I do hold into a certain direction, which way I'm actually going to dodge. Am I going to dodge down? How is it going to go? It depends on so many factors. Also, where the camera is looking, and while they did the best that they could, there is the unfortunate fact that the Wii U or the 3DS, which was actually worse for that, never had enough available axes of control to really do what it would have needed to do to make it feel comfortable to me. He is better to fight underwater. I'll grant you that. We are going to remove Big Buck. And I'll be fair to Capcom with what they're trying to do. They are trying to innovate. They are trying to keep the series moving forward, and it's very hard, understandably, to balance the demands of everybody who is playing it. But yeah, it's the way it is. Not terrible, but I wish they had sometimes taken a different choice. That is true, the hitboxes of Plessy are much better underwater. Well, I wouldn't need to point out that you're using a bow, because I enjoy Plessy's hipchak quite a bit as a longsword, because in GU at least, it just gives you this huge opportunity to dodge it and then afterwards have this nice power up. So I'm 100% on board with your assessment, Raven, and that despite me being a longsword user rather than a bow user. Any launch, at least when I get launched, I always feel it's always a surprise, but always quite nice, especially since for you, since you can mount the monsters, since you could mount the monsters, and it was always an awe if we got launched into the wrong direction. Oh yes, Plesioth is one of the monsters that absolutely you profit a ton from having a pierce bow. They do not enjoy that. I see what you mean, because one gives you a different, the landing is different, and thus your control afterwards is different. Is this a good light bow gun? Because not sure. Let's stick with launching people. Although let me have a look. Maybe temporary, but so this is wide shot. Do I have... That is a wide shot. A roar only that I can upgrade pretty easily. Detty, hello, welcome in. I'll be coming out as soon as a quest is accepted. I have this, that's a normal one. great, though. And I was maybe looking at the wrong place. Maybe I should be looking in the back here. Let's try this one. No, that is not going to work out. That's a normal one. How far can I push you? Also not far. Sheesh. Yeah, not going to be quickly finding something here. You like full burst gameplay. Okay, let me see how useful I am with this clunker. While I do understand that it can be frustrating getting knocked around, the longest time the party I was hunting with was actually 4 longswords in Freedom Unite. We knocked each other about quite a bit all the time, to the point that it became a running joke and quite funny. What are we going even... Okay, daimyo. Ooh. Okay. We lost 2 people, Amethyst and Kiki. Did you get disconnected? This is a bit weird. If you walk into somebody else's Wyvern fire, that is absolutely on them. Should be here. Hamitor should... Did he move out already? The sleep zone. Yeah, I think since we haven't even found the monster yet, let's restart. Bring everybody along. This was a weird start. You mean the blast arcs? People walk into that? Oh. Didn't I pin the lobby? Give me a second. Here you are. Sorry about forgetting to pin it. So I forgot to change that. I should not have forgotten to change it now, though. And Detty, yeah. If you have an only longsword team, you will be knocking each other about until you become comfortable with how the longsword works. At the end, we were so in sync that we were just do the same rolls and everything. And since this is a crab, I am going to be using a hammer for fun. I do really need to remember to put in an aerial hammer post. Yeah, that's fine. Stonefist spawns in that desert zone, not like the regular crab. Oh. Okay. I sometimes find myself being unsure exactly of the spawn points. But... okay. Normal Hamitor is in the Oasis. Cranky one is in the desert. Okay, completely overjumped him. But I get to mount him. It should just be a second. Yeah, I'm not unsurprised that this would happen to me. Although I do feel... no, probably not true. That's probably misremembering that the subspecies variations in Free had the same spawn points as the normal ones, but that might have also been to do that not everything was had as many quests or was as available in Freedom Unite. Okay. And here we go. That is crab down. Okay, I'm going to have a quick check at Keranikos. I hope that I can sort the gun lances, so that's actually a good question. I would have said Garuga is a good poison, but that is... that is from the top of my head, and Garuga generally having good poison weapons. But I don't know for Greatsword specifically. And again, I do hope that you did really enjoy your lobster. And you also told me, if I remember correctly, about your lobster petting. You're allowed to pet one of the lobsters, if I remember that correctly. Garuga Greatsword isn't poison. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look through the Greatswords I can create then. Okay, not sure if that stays good. Rathian has poison. She is also usually not too bad. Chameleos looks good for poison. Chameleos being an Elder Dragon is a bit away still. And then Nerxillus also seems fair. Don't expect to see any poison here. Indeed, and then of course... Oh, it's... even this one is not a poison one. Maybe Nerxilla is indeed the best one. But what about Dread Queen? That's a poison weapon. That's quite a bit of poison. And I would guess that that is going to be improving. So, as I said, I'm going to try a bit of Gunlance. Okay. That is going to be fun, and actually... don't think I need any more level 1 tickets, but that's fine. I'll be happy to pick up some of the other tickets later on. Antidotes, that's what I wanted to bring. She has a lot of good sharpness at the end. Yeah, if you do care about sharpness, then that would be a good pick. Yeah, I did see that she's starting out with a lot of poison. Didn't go into the box to check how high it has already gotten, although it's not even at level 10. Okay. Our dreadful lady will be starting in area 8. Surprisingly, I feel the most comfortable about starting positions on maps that had the same starting positions in Freedom Unite, or the same layout in Freedom Unite. The desert has... both deserts have gone through quite a few changes. Caps at 62 for Dread Queen. That is not shabby. And I go knocked about by Bolfango. I mean, why not? 290 roar does sound like Narga Greatsword, or Narga in general. But you then also want affinity increasing skills. I did manage to reload my shells. Didn't feel like I had gotten hit often enough for that to pose a problem. Okay, I think it's time for me to lock in this heat. Remobra sounds quite... Okay, let's... Got interrupted there. Agathian did not enjoy that in particular. Okay, I'm not proficient in the gun lance. I'm trying to, and I think I know and understand some of the basics, but how to move. Okay. Somebody has come forward to the buffet. Volunteered even. Yeah, Nerskilla's greatsword does look really nice. And indeed, some tear and tail. But 300 raw and 80 poison sounds like a very useful greatsword if you do go for poison. I think I can believe that Kushala is going to very much dislike that sword in particular. And that is fine. I do use poison very rarely, although I have started to use poison more often with against Kushala, especially in a team, because it is allowing for a lot less tumbles of people when you manage to poison him. Okay. And that is Dread Queen down. Congratulations on your first Dread Queen, I'm pretty sure, and from what I am aware, that might have been your first Deviant, Thraig? If so, congratulations on your first Deviant. Gunlance is one of those weapons I've always struggled with. And the struggles are not exactly over. If you do need a nap, then please take a good nap. And yeah, I hope you have a good nap. And depending on how long your nap is going to be, I'm going to wish you a happy rest of your Sunday in advance. Okay, so if anybody else wants to join, feel free to take Tira's place after she leaves. I think Stonefist is a good one. Okay. Let's arrange... Cloaked Buster. 1, 2, 3... At worst, up to there. Don't have all that much room for gun lances. I'd be happy to show that. I'm just switching to a weapon that I personally feel more comfortable with. Oh yeah, you've been using that a few times already. It's a very elegant sword with a very nice looking armor. Okay, that is... Let me move over here so everybody can see your armor and see the parts that you're using at the same time. That's not what I wanted to do. Lost Lemuria. I do not see its sharpness here, but I can believe that some weapons with the correct skills have a ton of sharpness. The same goes for longswords. Some have a very large amount, and since any greatsword is slower but heavier in the attack, I can imagine that the same, well, and I have experienced it, that the same amount of sharpness remains for quite a bit longer. It's forever purple. Two more Dread Queen scales. Now let me just ensure that I do have some antidote. Oh, I see. Rose is going to stay a little bit at a distance, or I don't know, maybe it is Ariel after all. It's going to be close range fun time. I see. I've personally never put all that much into Polisher. It's a nice thing to have, but I never felt like it was necessary to be faster in with sharpening. I should have refilled the glasses before this quest, but I felt a bit thirsty as we were going on to it. Then I will not be offering anything early. You used in your capture set 100 down, 900 to go. In which sense? 100... Oh, to get to 1,000. I don't think you get an award for reaching 1,000 hunts with a single weapon. Yeah, of course I'm running into the tail. And she immediately goes for another one. Of course, that then hits me. And Dread Queen is a lot more agnostic about armor than many other deviants. Come on. Kushala Daora armor, although I did ensure that I do not have the doubling of the poison duration. So, not great against poison, but also it could be worse. But what I meant with agnostic is that even here the poison does not take into account how much... Okay. That is a point I do need to keep improving on. Precision. Sorry, Raven. Thank you. tier 3 can last quite a while from her, or at least do a ton of damage. Or is that tier 4 poison? No, 2 is T1, 3 T2, and the other poison should be tier 3. I do... Okay. I was actually the wrong one. But... Come on. I ran through everybody, but I didn't even manage to kill her. Okay. I just couldn't resist killing that one. Okay. Do you want to capture her? I would hope... Oh, that was unfortunate. Just immobilize. That was successful now. And yeah, she has not good enough. Thank you. Also not great. Rathian did not quite feel good with the lance either. But she's also not an ideal target for the lance. That was a correct decision. I usually do, unfortunately, not bring capture material, but in this case, thank you, Amethyst. I should have skipped them. Actually, it's not too bad. I'll just remember to sell them. So no more lances for the Rathus. It's not turning out to be a good idea. Yeah, that is the kinda way. Okay, I'll be honest, having capture material feels like always a little bit of clutter, especially since my normal one has also the stuff to redo traps. So I'm losing 4 slots, which I would want to use for something else if possible. Bloodlust. Yeah, Bloodlust, not a bad idea to bring capture material in general. I think I'm going to go back to wait for the next quest. It's okay, but I still have only less than a page with my normal, with what I normally bring. Having these 2 is still very valuable to me. Especially since I've been going through so much of lower ranked material lately. Trying to do more weapons and so. If you do want to continue and if you do have time to continue, I think everybody is happy to keep helping you out, Draig. We can do some key quests or something if you want. But if you feel like you have played enough Monster Hunter for today, that is absolutely fine as well. That is also something to consider. Okay, if that is enough for you, then thank you for joining us today. I hope you had good progress, you liked what you got, and yeah, thank you for the hands, and we'll be switching back to G rank. This time I hope I remember to pin it correctly. Going back to the pub. Thank you very much, Thraig. Thank you very much for having joined us on these few, well, that we could help you out with these few hunts. I think that is the more correct way of putting it. That is fine. If you do need some time to relearn or to feel comfortable again, that is no issue at all for me. Okay, that should be correct this way. Yuffie Raven Rose. Detty, is Yuffie your save? I'm not sure. I'd guess as much. Nope. It is a save I do know, though. Is that you, Legion? Is that one of your save files? Okay, we have now a similar issue as before, unfortunately. It is always unfortunate that sometimes you have to make room, but that is... Thank you very much for making some room for Detty. Okay, I'll be going back to the longsword, of course. Legion Raven, do you have any quests you want to take, or are you going to be passing? In which case, I'll be giving Detty the first quest of this hub. Okay, I see. Yeah, sometimes you do need some high rank, low rank rewards you need to farm for. And they are not a big issue. I hope that the pin is correct actually now. Nope, that should be correct. Making Zamtiros insect glaive. Oh, you need the babies. Yeah. So they are annoying to hunt in my opinion, because some of the materials you only get when they attach and start sucking. Yeah, but in general, they're either they have suckled some of your blood, or they're annoying to hit and very, very tough. If I do remember correctly, when they are small, they are tougher than when they have had something to drink. That is something I am much less aware of. Again, I have little experience with insect glaives. Which is going to be quite helpful. Bolt Reaver, absolutely. So you can do the sub-quest, which is much faster than... Which is sometimes much faster than just finishing up the quest, so... I hope that you're going to be finding what you need very swiftly. I'm going to go increase my thunder resistance a little bit and then eat for more. I do too. I still... Just to show you, I'm not going to accept anybody. The only one I've ran through is Lagombi, although I've had a bit of others as well, but I have no issue helping you or anybody out with more deviants. They are needed. Although with the switch of the amulet, I don't have Capture Guru anymore. Absolutely, Drothraig, I hope you're going to have a lovely lurk and a lovely Sunday for you as well. Oh yeah, okay, pale extract is not something you get in quantities that that you're just going to say, no, I'm just going to be scraping out on it. I haven't sent my Meowsters out in quite a while. Should have everything. Yep. I feel like that I'm currently fair with all the materials that I have. And you have Daguru. Then we're going to be waiting for your ping and capture it. I'll be applying some color to it. At least that was the plan. He turned in such a way that he absolutely dodged the first one. Okay, he really doesn't like me. And even with a slight positive resistance, he's doing a lot of damage. Okay. Okay, very nice. I hope I didn't catch anybody with that back jump there. There's a lot of shiny drops here. Also, do need to consider sharpening at one point. Okay, subquest complete. Good. I do need to heal up. Ah, that was the black hole pulling me in there. And never worry about a card. Okay. This shiny is the older one, I'm guessing. so old that it's disappearing on me. An electric barb, and I hope... Well, an electro scale. I was hoping for something other, but that's fine. Few seconds to undent my sword. Capture. Okay. Trap ready. Oh, can he go into... Oh, I forgot. I think Astalos can be caught in a shock trap. I know that Zinogre can, but can... But is there a difference between Bolt Reaver and normal Astalos? No idea. We'll need to find out. Asta can be shocked at any time. Okay. So, even... so Bolt Reaver is like its cousin. Which is good to know. Don't think I need another one. Which is the reason that for any Zinogre capture, I'm always taking a pitfall trap. So, I'm going to have a look if I can't expand my Bolt Reaver arsenal then. And we are... Insect Glaive. Don't have any of these either. 1, 2, 3. Okay, very nice. And Gunlance next. I think I'm going to go for another Night Cloak. So a Night Cloak Mephisto, level 2. So you can prepare your equipment for that, as I am going to take a little bit here to... to put these into the correct position. Not quite. More like this, and sorry, Gunlance. There we are. Goes there. Okay. Mephisto is weakest against water. And I'll need a ton of clear scales, although I don't think I'll be getting nearly enough to what I need. Sorry for requiring a little bit of time there. Doesn't really matter, and I have insurance, which hopefully will not be needed. Night Cloak, I think, is a very good extension of the normal Malfestio. Can't equip 2 of your sets. My first guess would be maybe one of the pieces has been removed from the inventory, maybe sold. Or box space. How? So you need to put in... Do they automatically switch what decorations you have on an armor? That's cool. If that is the case. That is cool. I wasn't aware of that. Then again, for those who follow me longer, I need to say that. But I'm pretty much what you're seeing is the armor set I've been using for forever now. I think I am allowed to say that. Absolutely, I have... Oh, like I have 2. I immediately will say I prefer the Deviant version, and that is, as you said, Night Cloak, but also Deadeye. I'm not sure, I just find Deadeye so much more comfortable to hunt than the normal one. I think it has something to do with that Deadeye normally is slightly smaller than its normal cousin. But I'm not 100% sure. Let's do 25. A little bit. I prefer keeping my horn coins down to a single stack. I can't quite get enough fusion material here. Yeah, the box can fill up very quickly. That's why I regularly go through and sell excess or obsolete things, like especially for the Deviants tickets. I now will never need to stock up again because I have every weapon or piece of armor from them. I will need to... I'm trying to restock my earth crystals though. Okay. My bad, but you didn't quite like you wanted to come over to me. You didn't quite look like you wanted to come over to me. Okay, let's heal up. Ah, bloody hell. Getting ping-ponged a little bit too much. One down, one to go. Okay, that's a clear scale. That is good. Okay, I do want to try and get the cuts, or cars rather, here. Okay. Completely whiffed that, and I'm unfortunately, sorry everybody, going to take the paralysis to get the material, to get my cars. Okay. It depends, Reich. Sometimes they are using the bone directly without using any metal in a weapon's construction. Some, especially those made out of insect parts, are a lot more likely to contain only monster parts and not even bone. What they are using to construct them does vary, but the weapons like I am using, yes, that obviously has used some metal, which is then probably infused, but I do not know the details. I'm a hunter, not a smith. So I haven't yet looked too much into that. I'm just bringing what the smithy asks me to bring for the upgrades. Sometimes, although not sure how much that is the case in the older games, but in the newer games, sometimes all you need to do to upgrade or create the weapons are the correct tickets from the guild, in which case the guild is going to be providing the correct or the necessary resources to the smith. Okay. Could have had the time to do both at the end, but I was worried the first one might despawn a lot quicker than they actually did. Will try to remember this for next time, that I will have the time to carve both, even if I don't go at it immediately. For the first one killed. The Freedom Unite beginning cutscene as well there is some, since the beginning cutscene is basically a hunter getting ready, crafting himself some Rathian armor, high rank if I remember correctly, and the Rathalos greatsword to prepare himself for a Nargacuga hunt. A lot of it's always fun thinking back and what they did do with their cutscenes back then. Okay, I think I'm going to just make sure in case it's another electro-focused monster. Looks very nice, I have to say. Although that might also be nice to have if I want to copy. Focus +6. Well, I am currently melding for new ones. Hellblade. Oh, that is the one on-site items only. I do not need... Oh, no. I will be switching out the amulet. If I do find one Focus +6, I'll be keeping it and copying that specific one. It does need the triple. That is on the rarer side. And I said... Talisman switch is why I came down there. Well, I do get that for you. That is more of a choice than for me. I'll try. Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. Accepted it without any items, and muscle memory lets me run to the box and pick up items. I'm not sure if for this one we will be able to remove the tail. In general, I find that cracking his tail is on the easy side, but removing it, cutting it off, is rather hard. And that is no big issue. I'll be trying to cut the tail, but if you just want to finish, I think I'll be doing enough damage that it's not going to be a big issue. And here we have some supplies. I'm fine. Oh no, I'm not fine. Mainly because I thought I had my normal equipment with me. Oops. These quests always manage to catch up on me. And I do tend to forget that I do for once did not bring any items. And I'm missing both my first chances here. The heat damage is probably going to be a little bit of an issue once I use other armors again. Okay. Can put a little bit of damage into it. That should have cracked the tail. Okay. Oh, that's correct. Earplugs. If I miss, I'm not going to be... I'm not going to need to plug my ears. It's not what I was hoping for him to do. And we are still good. That is not what I was hoping for. And after 2 times tricking me that he wanted to run away, he is now actually running away. If it weren't so hot, this might be acoustically a very nice hall to listen to a concert in or something like that, but there we are. Finally, red bar. He's warming up the explosions. Yeah. Might have seen it a few seconds after you, but that's a successful capture. I still find, and I'm not sure if anybody can relate, but I find it, if I'm in a good run, if I'm in a good fight, not paying enough attention to the map, or yeah, it's wouldn't be my first one, probably wouldn't be my last one that I killed, but I really am happy that I managed to avoid that. If you need to capture it, it's a very nice skill. Okay. Trade challenger +2. Okay. Yeah, no, let's go for it. I'll be putting up drill task 4. A G4 to be precise. I will need to... Probably the poor cat is going to be dead underneath all of the mail it has to bring me. And for information, this one is the quest that has the no feint restrictions. I do not have insurer in any of my usual ones. If somebody wants to bring it. But then again, I do think it should be going good enough with the 4 of us that we can keep each other alive. That's also a longsword I still want to be finishing up. Yeah, that's definitely Rust Razor. It's a hint, but there is that hint of purple. If neither has Insurer, that is fine. But it is a bit of an additional safety net for these quests. Although I do think that, personally, he is a very feasible one to fight. And I do enjoy his fight. Playing the big wrestler with all the drops he's doing. Not sure that is what Capcom was going for, but that is how I interpret it, especially with the over-the-shoulder, quote-unquote, over-the-shoulder slam he's doing in G rank as well. Makes them less predictable and more fun to play against. Okay, I'm going to immediately heal this up. after killing this Renoblos, because that one was very eager to get into the fight. Nice para. I'll see if I can't get a little bit more to the front, get some hits in on those tusks. And of course I'm rolling into that rock for a second time. And if this continues, I'll have to wait for the Sakura Slash to get my first start into the color bar. Why did I stand there without having my weapon drawn? That is not what I was expecting, actually. Maybe I did get caught by the shake. Large toad tier, very nice. Second large toad tier, very, very nice. And this was absolutely no problem at all. Okay, probably didn't get one yet. Let's see, the chances are not good, but hopefully I get... Or maybe I get one Earth Crystal or something like that. Not really. But this was a good quest, everybody. Oh, I see. Yuffie, you are the one mixing together the concoctions. Okay, I got what I wanted. I've had 2 or 3 hands where I was unfortunately not getting what I was looking for. These things happen, but it's always a bit if you're not getting exactly what you wanted. But in this case, it does allow me to do this. %5 affinity, less defense boost. But seriously, I do think it's better than even though it has a little bit less sharpness. I'll take it out for a swirl. I do love the blackened wood here. The black and light wood contrasting very nicely. Nah. Some big decorations, probably holding the sword together at the hilt. That is unfortunate, not because you can't keep joining us, but because you're going to be busy. I hope it's not going to be putting a big dampener on your day. Thank you very much for having joined us. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope that you're not going to have a huge amount of worry with work. And once you finish, I do hope that you're going to have a good rest of your Sunday. Absolutely. And that is important. But yeah, it's a Sunday, and it might be annoying that you might have felt a little bit annoyed, and that is what I would have found the most unfortunate in this situation. Quick chomp. Of course, of course. Unfortunately, okay. Not too bad, thank you very much. More frustrating than anything else. Okay, let's get rid of this. Fire, roll, not wiggle. Not even managing to fill up my spirit gauge. And he is bouncing all about. Okay, at least I have that little bit more damage now. Okay. Oh. Very nice. I was expecting him to just run away. And there we have the tail after all. Nicely done. I just had a line from a children's book come to mind. It's hard to translate into English, but yeah, that's the first one. Now we're going to have a quick look for the second one. He doesn't have to spawn in if I remember that correctly. Or does he do spawn in? Well, I'll guess I'll get the reminder soon. He does spawn in. Yeah, okay. He comes in, sees us, tells us he's not enjoying seeing us, and then immediately goes on to tell us that not only did he see us, he's now also angry. With our actions we have taken so far. Let's see if we can't have him topple here, or where is the topple? Not exactly sure if I hit the tail far enough up to have it counted. Powder, of course. And to our stepping through the entrance. Of course, I'm doing it again. It's not that I've been silly enough to do it once. I have to do it. Okay. Okay. deciding that he has had enough. That looked... well, not only looked like that was Yuffie walking right, or Legion rather, walking right into an explosion. Okay. That was unexpectedly a tail cut. Too far away to really be able to even have a chance at getting him out of it. Nice stopping him here. And nice quest in general, everybody. GG's. That is Diablos with... I'm guessing Atal'Ka armor? Am I... did I see this correctly, Legion? Oh, Agnaktor. Okay. It does have the... yeah, okay, it's maybe not... no, man, it does have a little bit... it did remind me a little bit of an Egyptian style. That's why I thought... but it's a very nice looking armor. And very nice everything. Should have sold them. I haven't done the housekeeping on the talismans. Absolutely, Zraik. I hope you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. And maybe see you around and yeah, have a good day. That is also a point where, yes, I understand you might want to stop and do something else. Thank you very much for having joined us on the hunts. And also, I do hope that your eyes do recover soon. Okay. I'm going to need to... maybe not. But... let me have a look. What? I want a bit more, a few more things. I think I'm going to put up at least one Hypergore. Hopefully I'm getting a good amount of scales to be able to do the upgrade. Here we are, something wicked. That is fine. Have I eaten? That would have been embarrassing. Thank you for that voucher. I don't really have anything here, but it's not elemental, so it's fine. And I'm going to ensure that I do have the items. Well, that I have the items that I should be bringing. And that girl is onto something. Already normally Gore is aura farming hard. Especially since he can darken the skies. But with the hyper glow around him, he does look even a little bit cooler. Okay. I do want to heal this up. Okay, I'm quite aggressive. As long as you're not getting stuck into the entrance. Nice crack. Okay, that I missed. Okay. I'm going to heal this up. That was a lot more scratches than I was expecting to see. I have the feeling you're using alchemy. That's an SP state I see very rarely. Yep. Okay. On me. Sorry for knocking you over there. Okay, I hope that's not good. That is also good, close enough to get poisoned. Healing up a little bit. Thank you for that. Yes, quiet it down. And he's moving on, probably down onto the riverbed. I think that is what this is. Or maybe it's the overflow part of the river. Very nice to see this. There is the tail. I think I do want to add a little bit of color. I'm not sure if those combis can stun, but I rather get out of the way in the case they can. It's not a hammer, in which case I'd absolutely be clear on staying out of the way. I do want to heal this up. Just making sure. Okay. That's not exactly what I wanted to do. That is more what I wanted to do. Angry, hello, welcome to the hub. I think I welcomed you into stream before. Okay, not sure, I didn't hear it crack. Although the... Oops. I thought he was going to take a few steps. I don't necessarily need a ton of horns from him at the moment, at least. It's always nice to get them, of course. And then you go through your item box and you're like, okay, no, I absolutely wouldn't have needed to pick up another dozen of these. Okay. That came out quicker than I was expecting. Okay. That's a hit. And Gore is becoming more and more angry again. That was... Ooh. Okay, didn't think it had that much range. Sorry about that. I thought that would go short. Yeah, my bad. But let us just get back up full. I was just wanting to take some distance to heal. Come on. Okay. Back I am. I have to work through all of my colors again. Okay. Gore is not going to remain alive for very long. Chair, if you do have any quests you want to go on, if you were skipping out on the quests, you can already accept it, and then we can go on to it when we come back. Okay. Then I need to think about the next one. Bloody hell. I carted once. That is unfortunate enough. Let's not make it twice. No. I want to go ham, but I should be careful. Okay, there we go. And of course, my item usage is not the most efficient today. Shake, shake, shake. Are you going to blow me away? Or are you just shaking for... to be shaking? Let's see how lucky I am with the hyperscales. That is 1, that is 2, hopefully 3, no. Nothing here either. Okay. In which case, I am going to propose that we are going to have a go at Gore again. Of course, if you're all up for it, clear out the requirements here. Anything in particular? No, not really. So this should be just fine. When you have a look, maybe I should be doing a little bit more, but I'm definitely going to be bringing the provision division. Angry is going to be poking the angry monster. Okay. I remember first seeing Narga in 4. Well, 4U, but it was the storyline still of Monster Hunter 4. I think that if I do remember correctly, the first time you actually see him is when he is attacking your ship. And that was a very cool scene. It's a scripted fight, which to a degree makes sense, but now that I've become a lot better at the game. It doesn't feel... It makes me be able to play through that mission a lot more calmly. Sorry about that. I remember the first time I was like, okay, get away, basically from the ship. Especially also since it was the first time that a Elder type dragon, like Elder Dragon type, had appeared that early. And yes, I do know it's a semi-Elder, not a pure Elder, but from having 4 limbs to, sorry, 6 appendages, 6 limbs, to how it was built very much was like, okay, this is very Elder Dragon coded, and having to find it this early was a surprise the first time I played I played Monster Hunter 4. That was too early. And I hope you can still see properly. I had forgotten how much it can darken. That crack might have been the head. Very nice. Tail as well. And that also concludes the sub-quest already. Okay. What do we have lying about here? Frenzy Crystal. Crystallized Frenzy Virus, if I remember correctly. That's what the crystals are. Lash, very nice, and he's going the other way today. Or now. The previous quest was also today. Okay. That was a rather quick... That was rather quick getting him out of his angry state there. And he's also happily, well, probably not happily, but he's also falling from the sky. Okay, that is not a bad one. Yeah, you were running pretty risky. Were you running like an adrenaline build? Not that it is bad in any way, I'm just curious. And you were running an adrenaline set. Yeah. You are always balancing those on the thinnest of margins. No. Not sure I could have survived that. It always feels... Sorry. I can imagine it feels fantastic when you pull a good adrenaline hunt off. But yeah, it is always a little bit more risky. Okay. How did he get up there? Okay, that's another very nice. Sorry. And he did not manage to move out one final time. He remained here. Very nice. I hope to get a little bit more lucky. Still need 4 Hypergori X scales. Mantle is very nice. I would have been happy if I could have carved those scales, those hyper scales out here, but that is unfortunately not a possibility. That is Celta's spear together with Kirin armor. I do wonder what... is that a water element lance then? Yeah, I can imagine Para. Does Kirin give any advantages to Para, or is it just the layered armor? Okay, one more. That's unfortunate. Just lay it. Okay. Oh, Hornitor Lance. Okay. Well, just layered. It's a layered armor. That doesn't make the Kirin armor any less nice to carry about. Let me have a quick look. Unfortunately, Soulseer has a ton of big hunts when I just need a million tails. Let me quickly check here. I'd mainly need the tickets. I probably am short on some Bolt Reaver materials as well, but let's have a look. If you're up for it, let's go for it. Bolt Reaver G4. I'm switching out to a more appropriate weapon and amulet. And then I'll accept the quest and go on to a very quick break. No, I need to post it, not accept it. I'll also have something to eat already. So, as I said, I will be taking a very quick break. I'll be right back. Shouldn't take more than a minute or up to 90 seconds, and I'll be right back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Okay, I am back. You two are ready. I should be as well. Let's go. Okay. First one we meet is the first one to die. It's been a while that I spawned all the way down there. Let's see. I was expecting the second spawn to be here, but I was mistaken, and now Bolt Reaver is going to be the first one to be removed out of the area. Astalos, oops, was already such a nice fight. And Bolt Reaver is also a very good one. I'm not sure it's a better fight, it's a harder fight. Okay. I do need to take immediate care of healing this up. Okay, that is back up into a good range. That is something that I'm not only struggling with him, but with any monster after it increases to a certain size, that I underestimate how much their backstabs steps are going to be going to bring them away from me. Let's go for a topple, although with the turn didn't make that at all. Are you judging Chair now on the... on not bringing her usual towel? I mean... there's plenty of reasons not to bring that. Nobody should be judged for not bringing a towel. Unless you're hitchhiking, then you should have... well, no, you shouldn't have the towel, but you should have your toothbrush. Or was it a towel? I don't quite remember. I have to reread that guide. Okay, but he has decided to move on. There's a few shinies here with a little bit of luck. Okay, and he is moving over a bit. I haven't brought any either. And Tira, hello. I'm happy to hear that you feel better after your nap. Should have sharpened immediately. Okay, that was luckier than I had any right to be. There come... So it was the towel. Okay, towel and toothbrush are the only the two things you have to have with you when hitchhiking. Well, aliens as our humans are different from one another, and so while that went against what they were hoping to achieve, by bringing the towel, I mean, things happen. Okay, will want to have a look for, well, shiny and tail. Anything I can pick up here in addition to the tickets are going to be quite useful. Okay. And let's take care of number 2 here. I think it was to have a towel and a toothbrush, and then anything else you could ask for. Yeah, but the toothbrush was basically, yeah, mouth hygiene. You don't want to be using somebody else's toothbrush. Okay. Whoops. Okay, and that was the other way. No, it's not the other way about. What am I on about? I am happy that you feel better now. Especially if the headache had threatened to come back. I am happy to hear that that is hopefully now also completely fine again. Okay, now I'll have a max potion here. Exactly. I think the idea was that since you had a towel, you had a toothbrush, it's not like you came unprepared, but you've been hitchhiking, and sometimes that means that you've used up your shampoo, you've lost some items, you had some items stolen, but by having some necessities, you could always convince them that you haven't been unprepared and you're just taking their stuff, basically. Even if it is nothing terribly valuable. I am happy to hear that... Okay, I was too early. Luckily, he didn't come at me. I'm happy to hear that your headache hasn't come back, and that what did come back is now better. Okay. Fortunate. Let me pick up the shinies and the tail. Okay. And from how he looked, I don't think he is going to manage it back to his nest. With the delay I took on picking the stuff up, I'm not even going to manage to get there. Okay. And I completely ran past him. Nice one here as well, everybody. You're absolutely shaking it. I'm not sure if it can be shook any further. It is if the barrel is looking like it's ready to explode. But it is one of those animations that you can pull through the entire end screen. Nice, some shards. Some more shards, some more tickets. Very nice. And some of the subquest rewards. I was hoping to see some Bolt Reaver material in there as well, but if there isn't, then there's not much I can do. Okay, and that ought to be enough to get this. I think I'm going to just spend a ton of my scrap on it. And last level, almost got there. And no. Let's very quickly do this melding pot claim. I'm just going to go through and remeld what I don't need. No, that's okay. That's a stamina drain. That is fair and understandable. Legion, thank you very much for having joined us, me and everybody else on the hunts today. I do hope that you're going to have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Even though you might still stay in stream, I do want to be sure that I do express that. That's a nice triple. Unfortunately, nothing great. So, Bolt Reaver 4. Just going to have a look. I don't... Yeah, okay, that's not something I think I am currently in a good mindset to tackle. And there's still a lot of holes here. How about we are going for a Soulseer 1, G1 quest. I'll be quickly switching out my weapon to something more appropriate. No, that was rushed. I should be bringing my capture amulet. I do need to clean up after the stream. Don't need to be especially careful, but increasing my water resistance a little bit is valuable. It gives me a chance for a tail, and as long as the first as long as it doesn't require tails to craft them, I can create a few more weapons. There is still a large number of zeros that I will want to fill out. Okay, let's go. The mechanic for Soulseer is one that I am a little bit sad that it hasn't returned for maybe another monster. It's, I think, a cool idea that you have a monster here where you start out sorry. I thought you were ready. My bad. SCU Lineout, hello, welcome in. Of course, you may, but we will be finishing this quest first. But you are welcome to join us on our hunts, and you are also, if you do have a quest you want to go on, you're welcome to post that as we are coming back from this one. Espinas sleeps, but the the more interesting thing is that if he is not angry, Celsia doesn't really know where you are and is flailing about more than anything else, since Celsia and Mizutsune are blind without their special ability. So yes, while they do start sleeping, it's not... That is not necessarily what I was referencing, and I should have been clearer. Okay. Oh, he's not painted yet. I do. Give me a second. There we go. I thought I would have painted him from the beginning. Apparently not so. No, I wasn't too clear on that. I said that there was a mechanic that I'm missing, but I felt it was clearer what I would mean than it actually was, and that is on me. Of course, he's cleaning me with that tail stub then. Kezu, fair enough, is blind, but Kezu doesn't need to see. Kezu hunts by smell. But he is indeed blind, but he doesn't have issues aiming at you, unlike Celsia when he's not angry. Okay. Thanks for that. But the fact that Kezu is blind, of course, gives him the best soundtrack in the game. Even though in the beginning it was a bug. And it was intended that he would use the area combat music. But since he never quote-unquote saw you, that wasn't something that the game then recognized correctly. Okay, he's moving on. I hope that the tail contains a tail. Good. And while I'm probably hoping in vain, I do hope that I will be getting a second one in the rewards. Luckily, small monsters do not count to make him angry for popping any bubbles. Yeah, that is correct, but Kezu, after all, can still see when he's not angry. But he has seen us, so I think the symbol remains. But in Freedom, I do in Freedom Unite in particular, I do remember that there wasn't the eye symbol when you were fighting Kezu. Hey, that sounded like a cracked claw. And that is a cracked claw. Okay. He's ready to be caught. Maybe a waste. He did come close. Okay, there we go. He was dancing around that for a worryingly long time. But that's a successful capture. What I also really enjoy is that I'm not sure how it is in GU, I haven't fought Camelios in a while, but in Freedom Unite, when he's not angry, there's no music playing. Okay, I did not put enough attention onto... Did I get a second tail? And welcome in, Lionard. I didn't immediately see you joining during the quest. I'll be switching up my weapons. I'll be bringing some poison. Where is it? There we are. And I'll also have a very quick look at, if I can... I am missing one more tail, and let's start dual blades. Okay, I don't need tails here. Hunting horn. I'm missing the shards now. Okay. I'll be cleaning all of this up later. Raven, welcome back. I'll be bringing a few flash bombs. He can be a pain when he is flying, so I wouldn't mind bringing him back down. Wind is not necessarily an element, so it should work out fine like this. I'll be calling on the provision division though. And that should be good to go. The bloodbath armor looks absolutely brutal, as it should. Okay, let's go. And the smith wants to make a sword out of a dragon. And if I remember, he should be starting over here. Indeed. Hello. Going for a horn break. And of course, Angry has the better option to reduce the effect of his wind. Maybe do not want to be caught in such a small space with this little health. Sorry, and it does sound now that as if I had my own personal Garuga butler with me. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think that's not a bad moment. Okay. Oops, sorry. Hara, very nice. Thank you, Raven. At least I am guessing that that was Raven. Okay. That is the horn cracked. Now, all we need to do is work on the tail. Somewhat understandably, he is not wanting us to do so. Yeah, of course. And then I'm always expecting some wind pressure, which doesn't come. Yeah. I'm not going to achieve red bar. Oops. That was an unfortunate pass there for Raven. And indeed, no red bar. I'm sorry for the card. I hope if you do want any materials that you can make it back in time. It's absolutely fine. I'm just... these things happen. And you are using a bow, so less defense. And sometimes you misestimate how fast he is moving or the attack is moving. Or for me, also, sometimes where is it exactly going? Very, very nice. I need to take a look at... I think I have more than enough talismans to give into the meld at the moment that I do not need to bring any additional ones. Okay, let me have a quick look. I'm missing one more there. I would want to say a Cantor, but... Sorry. No, let's go for my choice, unless Raven, you do want to take one as well. Let's go hunt a big puppeteering bug. I do need a ton more from her, if not only to... Okay, sorry for not waiting for the answer. Nevertheless, Fury, welcome in. I'm very happy to have you. Oh! Did I lose connection? Looks like it. Dang it. Absolutely. Thank you for the lurk, Fury. It means a lot to me. I got disconnected. I'd usually go and reopen a new one, but I only have about half an hour left. So it's fine, and it's much faster if I come back rather than expecting everybody to switch over. Okay. I got back in. Let me reselect. Nope. There you go. I also do need to do the old razzle dazzle. Haven't gotten anything to eat because of the disconnect. It doesn't really matter too much. And I expect her to get taken apart pretty badly by the four of us. Out of all the monsters that can be attacked with the Dragonator, I do think that it is the least useful with her. I wonder, Lina, although that is something I should be saving for after the quest. I've been wondering if you are a double-bladed main hunter or if that is a coincidence here. But I'll remember to ask again after the quest. I do need iridescent carapaces. So I will be taking a quick so that was a charm. Not what I was hoping for. She got her saddle wrapped in her own silk badly there. think that is the second time she's going to bring her mech out. Okay. That is one barrier. Okay, that's... did kick us off there. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, I have to sharpen. I didn't really have any sharpness left. There we are. Nicely done, everybody. I hope that I can also pick up a few of the shinies. And I hope that I'll be getting an iridescent carapace or two. There we are. Ultimus, that's not shabby either. No luck, unfortunately. But maybe that allows me to get my last, should be the last of her weapon, to buy me the last of her weapons. Chair, I haven't asked in a while, but I presume that you're still skipping out on quest selection. That was also none. Evade distance. Leinard, then it is your choice of quest now. I'll have a quick look if I can't get myself, just making sure. Yeah, good. Gold. Gold, 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 gold. So I'm no, I have the gold bow as well, so it's indeed only the heavy bow gun. Didn't get enough of any of what I needed, and I don't think that with what I do now have, I can't upgrade anything. Okay. If need be, I'm going to go switch out my weapon after checking. More Kushala Daura. That is absolutely fine. I think. Thank you very much. That is fine. It's a very fine piece of armor. Let's try it. I haven't used you in such a long while. And angry. It's a bit surprised I hadn't your card already, but I'm happy to accept it. Okay. Some flash bombs and some hot drinks. Hot drinks are something that I tend to forget. Ice resistance might be useful here. And that should be all that I need in addition here. Let's do this indeed. I hope that Poke hasn't taken any hits while this Daora was rampaging here. But they should be fine. That village is used to a lot. I find not only for the heavy bowgun, but for all of the weapons that they really managed to get a good scale, a sense of scale. Although, fair enough, you can say that they did fumble one or the other. Some, like the Akanto and Okanlo's longswords do not necessarily look light, but in comparison to their greatsword counterparts, it's an absolute absolutely monstrous difference. Nice para. Okay. The way he comes falling down is always so abrupt. Sorry. Okay. Didn't hit you during your block. I was trying to go for the head, but I should trust in you, chair. Nice. Yeah, no, I'm not going to save this. Let's just get that damage in. Let's get that damage increase as well. And sorry for pushing you around so much. I think we can use another one of these. Yeah, he is moving on. Didn't lose sharpness yet, but I did think for a moment that I had lost sharpness. That is going to be good. This is always going to be sharp when I go somewhere. Or at least as long as I'm wearing this armor, it's going always to be sharpened. Because I'm so used to have purple sharpness that I... Okay, you are only... Okay, let's try one more time. Bloody hell. Very nice. He is a very unhappy dragon. He is going to manage to escape though. Nice, an old dragon treasure. I wouldn't mind starting a collection, but unfortunately the guild does take them away from you immediately. and does pay you in something arguably better than money. The village points, or in this case the Academy points, can buy you items that money just can't. Gets you services and stuff that money just doesn't buy. But sometimes I feel like how do they look? What would it be to make a collection of some of these things? Because somebody needs to find them valuable enough to reward you with the possibility of buying quite rare items and so on. One of the things that I've said it a few times, I haven't mentioned it in a while though. Something that I find very funny is that you can't, that is, if I remember correctly, you can only buy the raw meat with Academy points in this game, not with money. Which seems to suggest that the meats are something rarer or more valuable than than some other items here. Okay, coming back up to the top of our last hour. Unfortunately, I'll only have time for one more quest. And I really do feel like I do want to finish out that weapon. So, yeah, let me first accept the quest. Where are we? There we are. I need one more hyperscale from him. He is element agnostic. I really need to start paying with points again. And I did not have much luck with him, so I will be calling on the provision division as well. Angry Raven, if you have not seen it, we're going to go for another Hyper Gorimagana. But for anybody who still has some quests open or wants to simply hunt more, I'll be streaming more Monster Hunter next week, of course. Okay, everybody is ready. Okay. My voice does sound a bit scratchy, I think. Okay, not going to stay up here. It's rare that I get up there, but it doesn't offer me anything I desperately need at the moment. Now I should be going towards tail. Throwing the bastard over again. Okay, one side either gets attacked a lot more or is weaker to him tumbling about. That is one tail removed. Is he going to continue immediately? No. There we go. Okay. Almost immediately, though. Okay. Poorish bastard. Gets a little bit, oh well, not a little bit, gets angry and immediately gets told no. Yeah. He is not having an easy pass here. Sorry, I did slightly misjudge that angle. And this was a very clean and a very good fight. I thought there was a shiny, apparently not. Okay, that's the tail. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, that is nice. I did get the last scale that I needed. I'm not going to keep them unless I'm sure that I need the talismans. Thank you everybody for having joined me on my hunts. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much. It was a really productive afternoon. Went through a lot and had a lot of fun. And I'm not finding my gestures to wave back. Thank you. So, let's leave. And that also unfortunately brings us to the end of stream. Again, thank you everybody who joined me throughout the day on my hands in chat, just watching. It is all very much appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm going to have a quick look if Jal Bagel is streaming at the moment. Absolutely. If you do have anything else you want to do, I'll be streaming more next week. And depending on who has already asked me to do stuff, I'd be happy to help out. And if it doesn't work out because other people were there first, that's yeah, it's unfortunate. I sometimes wish I could have more than just a little bit. And Jal is indeed streaming, so we didn't raid out to him yesterday. We will do so today. But before we go raid out, I'm going to quickly go over my schedule. So Monday, next Monday and Friday, I'll be streaming the normal time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. I'll be continuing my Persona 3 playthrough. I got that lead medal I was grinding for, so we'll be beginning to climb Tartarus, and then we'll have another few days until the boss fight, and then a while before we go back doing any combat. So Persona 3 Portable Monday and Friday. Thursday I'm going to be playing StarCraft 2. This week? Yes. This week is StarCraft 2. This week was the week I had the migraine and I had to skip out on my Supreme Commander stream. Again, sorry for that. And that is going to be from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, or from 9 to 12 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And then we're coming to the weekend again. More Monster Hunter, probably starting out in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Although we did talk about Vespoid Queen yesterday. Scratch that. I'll be starting Freedom Unite on Saturday only for a single hunt. I do want to go hunt another Vespoid Queen, so I'll do that, and then I'll come switch over to Generations Ultimate, and we can go on the hunts together again. Both days, Saturday and Sunday, will be from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European Summer Time, which is of course from 7 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time. So as I also said before, we'll be raiding out to Jal Bagel. He is currently playing Monster Hunter Stories 3, so if you don't want to get spoiled, you don't join me on this raid. And all that I have now left to say is thank you all very, very much for having been here. I've enjoyed it a lot. I had a great afternoon. I hope so did you. I hope to see all of you again soon. Maybe tomorrow for some more Persona, if that is something that interests you. If not, please have a great, well, if or if not, doesn't matter. Please have a great rest of your Sunday, and until we do see each other again, please have a great time, and until then, goodbye.